variations, shades and hues. That is, a blue-green color. What is happening here is called mixing. Starting with green, and going to blue, come thousands of combinations and variations, shades and hues. That is, a blue-green color. This much is called mixing.
Welcome to pain. It's actually funny. The right was slightly louder. I don't know if you guys pick up on that, but I pick up on that like instantly. But the cat had pushed down the slider a little bit. See, even just the tiniest little bit, I can tell the right's louder. The left's a little bit louder, and it's only the tiniest little bit on the slider. I was talking about this before a few months ago or something, where I can't actually stare at a single object. My eyes constantly do this shifting up. They constantly are looking like higher. I can't stop it. So I can't actually stare at an object and just stay staring at the object for more than a few seconds, or else my eyes start to just kind of do this rising thing. And yeah, someone was saying it's a condition of some kind. And I've had it since I remember way back when I was just a kid, like when I was sitting in the bathroom, because I'd just be, sitting there doing nothing. I would stare at the wall and I would start noticing it. So I guess it's a form of nystagmus, apparently. Yeah, neat. I didn't know. I mean, I knew that it was a condition of some kind because you guys told it to me before, but I forgot what it was. And I was mentioning it to my wife the other day and telling her that I'd forgotten what it was. But as I was staring at you, it made me remember about that whole thing. And, well, you guys reminded me. So apparently I have a nystagmus of some kind. Neat. But anyway, yeah. I was trying really hard to stare straight at the camera, and I bet if you went back in the video and watched my eyes, there'd be a lot of wobbling going on as I'm constantly trying to shift my eyes back down. Neat. Anyway, welcome to pain. The reason I say welcome to pain is because we got to... Can it be fixed? I don't know. Probably pot. Rapid, uncontrollable, repetitive eye movements. How neat. More commonly horizontal, but mine is vertical. Interesting. I wonder what else is a result of that. Because I would say my eyes never really stand still for very much time before I, whatever. But I'm fairly certain pot is a treatment for nystagmus of some kind. I know like glaucoma and everything it is, but yeah. Pot does solve a lot of problems. It's surprising because a lot of people love it, and typically solutions are not things that people enjoy. Although I will say, video games are a solution to a lot of problems as well, because I think way too many people lack hobbies, and I think a lot of issues that people have with other people or just in general are because they lack hobbies. So they just get bored of stuff, and so they create drama and persist in drama and just all sorts of issues. But video games are a hobby, and they can keep you very busy for a very long time. And so I think video games are also a kind of solution for a lot of problems as well. But that would be a solution for that you can enjoy, There we go. Pot-based video games. Done. World peace achieved. World peace achieved. Well done, Silas. But yeah, I think more people need hobbies. But yeah, I wonder if there's any other things that, that causes... So yeah, the reason pain is on the agenda today is because I got to the final boss here. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the final boss. It had 3 forms. Like, it was very final bossy, but the final boss is exceedingly poorly designed. So first off, there's only one melee that can get to the boss. It has an insane amount of HP, and now, I knew about throwable items all the whole time. It doesn't matter, though. I only have a couple of them. That's not going to change anything. And it has way too much output. Basically, almost unhealable to get through the game. A lot of my characters are just getting one shot. I could persist almost indefinitely with the strategy that I devised last night, going through it, trying to figure it out. However... through some quick math about the average amount of DPS that I was actually doing, my estimates put the fight at about 6 hours long. 6 hours long. Because I can't attack the boss, because it'll counterattack for more damage than I can heal through. And so I have to sit there waiting for regular attacks to get a counterattack. But the boss can, of course, dodge and block and all this other bullshit, so I get very little damage out. Yeah, it's basically sitting there farming counterattacks, hoping that I get hits. Sounds like I need to grind. I really, really, really do not want to grind. I hate the idea that I need to grind just to do a damn boss, especially a story boss. I don't give a crap if it's the final boss. It should be hard, not nigh impossible. Like if you think about the strategy that I would have to do in all the like complex, like small work that goes into doing that fight that way, that's ridiculous. That's insane to expect that out of a player. You know, you hit the boss, you heal the boss, you decide if you want to do buffs, you figure out some of the mechanics and you work around it, and then you beat it in 5 or 10 minutes. Not 6 hours of painstakingly farming the right attacks to counterattack so you can actually do damage. Like, that is absolutely batshit insane. Now, I do have a couple ideas of things that I can do to minimize it, but I don't know what I actually can do. So the first thing is the obvious easy one, which is grind, but I don't know if I actually can grind. I don't know if there's going to be a repeatable boss or battle encounter anywhere in the dungeon, and I know that I can't leave. I know that there's a couple encounters that I didn't do because they were like the zombie dragons that take a lot of time to kill, and I just said, no, I'm not going to do those. That's maybe a level or two on my dude, you know? So not really game breaking there. But I do know that there's a couple of other things I can do here. Desco is great and appropriate here, yeah. I'm making my Desco Perler town. She's going to be the mascot of the stream. I don't, honestly, I think that no boss in any video game that's a required story should ever require grinding. Like, if it's a strategic thing and I'm just not playing right, that's on me, you know? That's me, because there needs to be a measure of challenge and difficulty. But there's a difference between, like, hey, it's a rough fight, but you can do it no problem, and this is virtually impossible without the most obnoxious, insane, you know, specific execution imaginable, right? Fresh old beans. I think as far as expectation goes, I think this is probably one of the worst I've ever experienced in a video game so far. Anyway, please don't offer suggestions or strategies or whatever. The last thing I want is to just be fed some kind of thing that could get me through this after so much trial and tribulation and struggle. The last thing I want to do is put so much of myself into it only for it to be, you know, swept out from underneath me. Because that's going to piss me off. That just makes all of my efforts completely null and void, and it's just going to make it even worse. So please don't do that. But otherwise, we're going to get in, we're going to do some stuff, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What did I do? I hit something on accident. What? Oh, I hit continue. There we go. All right, so who do we got today? Let's get some hellos out, and then we'll get rolling. Is there no sound in this area? That is weird. But if I go back in the room, the sound will be there. Man, this game was put together by duct tape and hopes and dreams. All right, we got Jazzy, what's up? Night Shadow, how's it going? Northrex, what's up? Mecha, hello? 605, damn, dude. That's nuts. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy your time here enough to be here for 605 days straight, dude. That's nuts. Tyler Pake, hello. No Name, what's up? Ryu Powers. Silas, how's it going? What's up, Mike? Fax, what's up? What's up, Mecca? Jazzy, again. So you get two. Zero, what's up? What's up, Silas? Zordon, hello. Vax, hope you're doing good. What's up, Aldog? Phoenix, hello. Zordon, Mr. J, what's up, Lady Lore? Ryudo, how's it going? Matzi, what's up? Sphincter Space? Yeah, we are playing Arc the Lad, yes. Ellie, hello. What's up, Vicious? I said Jimmy Jam, hello. Lady Lore, that might have been two as well. Talipake, 170, damn. Still amazing. Rageson, what's up? Metazoxin, hello. Iceburner Catastrophe, what's going on? What's up, Mike? I might have been two as well. I might be repeating a lot of names today, but it's okay. Kelthades, Phobos, how's it going? All right. So first things first is I want to go back as far back as I possibly can, and I'm hoping that I still can. I don't know. I haven't actually tried to since I got to that little midway save point. I'm pretty sure the only way to get that treasure is by getting it in battle, which is a shame because that could be something really good here. There's no way I could have known that treasure was there. Awesome. Really swell. Freaking love this game. What a joke. Absolute yoke. I don't think this is the right way. Where I wanted to go. Love the totally unnecessary 50-foot hop out of the teleporter pad. The funny thing is this is the normal dungeon music now, so it was doing that little victory music for the longest time. I don't know why. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is check the vent. Is the chat broken on screen? First thing I want to do is get that axe upgrade. Oh, oop, okay. Thank you. But I'm gonna have to upgrade it a lot, and it'll only be like 6 attack power better. But it'll be better. The other thing I thought about is changing my lineup. Because, well, first off, Ark needs like 10 more HP so we can live through that big blast. But Poco would just get destroyed. My thought was if I had ranged attackers, it would be better, but nobody's really a ranged attacker, are they? Yeah. Just casters, which do no damage. Alright, so let's try to upgrade this axe. That's a very expensive upgrade. $33 is not a lot. That's quite a bit worse than what I have. So I'd have to level this up. 7 levels. I'm gonna equip it and hope that I can level it up but I don't really know if I'll be able to actually find a place to do that with. The next thing is selling excess stuff. Doesn't seem like I'm getting hit with debuffs, so I could probably sell all these, or at least a good amount of them. Axe body spray, there we go. And my axe! If I do get...
Oh, are you still playing this thing?
Unfortunately. Thank you, Playdancing, for the 301 bits. What's up, Emoko? Unfortunately, as much as I want to equip that high XP thing, it would just nerf his damage. Or his defense. And he might just end up dying instead. I guess I could try it for now. But he has the 2 highest defensive pieces of equipment I've ever seen in the game for those slots, so there's not exactly a lot of room for change there. Worthless. Worthless. You know, the increased counterattack on that almost might make it worth it, but 8 attack power is more useful, I think. Well, she can do that, I guess. Chrono Kid, thank you for 99 freaking months. Damn, almost there, dude. Wow, you can get invincible at the right level. That would actually be really good. I mean, I'd pickle with everything, personally, for me. I'm just gonna get that because the power loss is completely worthless. Why are his off? Oh. Who do I give it to, I wonder? Well, that's not a whole lot of XP. More Deke XP? Oh. It's just the Deekbeck thing. I knew I had a little bit of XP on him, but that's not a whole lot. I was hoping to gain a couple of levels on her. Because if she can get over like what 155 HP, she can live through the one shot as well. So I want to get a few levels on her so she can live through the spell. If she can do that, that's huge. Although I will say that she does not need the status protection anymore. And if I can get the defenses up on her, I think it reduces spell damage too. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. I was gonna put that on her anyway, which reduces her defense even more. Well, I just do not have enough money, even after all of that, to do some upgrades, which is kind of stupid. The amount of cost for those things, you know? Because like the cost of upgrading is so expensive. The reason that's stupid is because I have to nerf myself to buff myself, and that's just idiotic. Oh yeah, I like green olives. I'll eat half a jar of those, no problem. The problem with that is they're really expensive, so. Well, so the thing I did here that is actually meaningful is that I got more resin items. That is gonna be helpful, but that's all I got. The actual axe upgrade, I'm gonna have to spend some time leveling it up, if I even can. I know that there's a couple fights that I can do still, but like if there's no repeatable fight, I'm pretty much SOL. So I'll still use the X because I can level it up during the fight, and I think it eventually will be better. But still, it's yeah. The game has usually been pretty decent about making sure that there's like a repeatable fight somewhere. But I'm honestly, I haven't seen anything like that in this dungeon yet, so pretty sure I'm screwed. I definitely don't want to leave. Well, I can't leave anyway. My point I was going to make is, if I could leave, I still wouldn't want to leave because it resets everything. And going through the dungeon would take several hours. Granted, it would yield a good amount of levels. Locking you into the final dungeon is always kind of stupid, I agree. You have an olive tree? Damn. Isn't that like really hard to like grow in dry climate? Wouldn't a Russian olive tree still be a real tree? Yeah, that's true. I'm a big fan of olives overall, though. I don't think this olive. I really enjoy Kamada olives, actually. Those are probably my favorite. Never had an olive I didn't like. I'm wondering if I could grow an olive tree. As far as I know, they take a long time before they start being usable and actually getting big and provide shade. I'm saying it would still be a real tree. That's so silly that I can't. Ugh, whatever. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. We're pulling out the science, huh? Okay. Well, I would say that a tree cannot think, therefore it is not. So maybe it's not real after all. Sorry, I don't speak French. So this is the area with the zombie dragons. There was like 2 or 3 encounters that I hadn't finished fighting. So the best I can do is fight these and hope for the best. And I'm going to try my best to get his axe level up and get him the most amount of levels. Well, he's dead. She gained another level? Wow. 2 levels? Back to back like that? I don't even know how. She just did regular stuff. Oh, well, I was expecting that. Wonder if I get any experience or anything at all for missing, because like I wouldn't mind terribly if the battle took a little bit longer if I was actually getting weapon skill and everything, you know? But I don't think I am. And if I do, it's very, very minimal. I haven't leveled up his X single level yet. Well, there's one level. Okay. Spoke too soon. I think it needs 5 levels or something. Oh, I can't see. Need 6 more levels. It's not a bad idea, Jazzy. That might actually be a possibility. Well, it's really easy to find out. Shant's already gained 2 levels. So if I leave, see what level she's at. 63. Seems like it. And then the battle resets. This might actually be the thing that saves me from a soft lock. Oh sure, you know, if I don't mind repeating the last 8 hours of the game, yeah, that absolutely.
触るとやけどするぜ。やるな。
いい動き。手加減はせん。勝つだ。
さあどうしよっか。キュア。
What don't I like about this game? Almost everything. Music's good for the most part, but they borrow a lot from the first game.
さあ来い。勝つだ。
早いな。
So yeah, the balancing is completely off. The game outlevels you significantly, no matter how much you like prioritize getting XP. The enemies all have ridiculous parry, dodge, block rates. The dungeons are long. The story basically has no progression and just makes you do a bunch of dungeons for the sake of dungeons. And the equipment is completely twisted, and then you have to equip worse equipment to level it up to make it eventually better. So you have to constantly nerf yourself so you can buff yourself later. So pretty much the whole entire game, as I said. Sure, maybe it is only working designs, but that doesn't change anything. Which one of you guys played the Japanese version of this game, out of curiosity? Oh, none of you? Okay then. I don't think that's something that we can talk about then, is it? You know, the game we got is the game we got.
決だぜ。
さあ来い。勝つだ。
次はドイツだ。
Put your money where your mouth is, or something. You really should not put money in your mouth if you do.
キュア。
I like how the difference between level 2 Kier and level 3 Kier for her is nothing. Still heals 151.
早いな。
さあ来い。いい動きだ。
早いな。
勝つだ。
さあどうしよっか。
What's up, Titus?
蹴散らせ
Yeah, it's for Karen, the ferryman. This is a grinding, yeah. At the very least, I want to grind his X to cap, and I want to grind her to have about 160 HP, and I want Arc to have about 260 HP. At the very least. I don't really want to grind, but I feel like that's pretty much going to be an essential. And then after that, I want my dude bro to have basically as many levels as he can get. No, it's not that. It's that the final boss with my current output and strategy will take at least, or about, approximately 6 hours to beat just the final boss. And also, the reason I want the HP values the way I want them is because he one-shots those characters with an AoE, and they need to be able to live, or else I'll do what I did last night, which is die after 2 hours into the fight. When they were making this game, they were like, "Oh shit, game balance? Oh, my bad. I totally forgot about that." Oh, yeah. I will say that Gruga seems to be doing more damage than he was before. Right? Meaning, like, when I was first fighting these things, he would do like 130 with his old axe that was higher attack power. And his new one, he seems to be doing, well, more. But it's hard to tell because the unreliability of damage in the game. What's up, Lone Fellow? That's putting it lightly, Vicious, but I love the analogy. I do find it excessively hilarious that even just grinding regular enemies is like almost like a boss fight in a way. Just the length of time, the effort put into each encounter, everything. This feels like a struggle to do. Just think about your normal RPG grinding. You know, you go in, kill some stuff, rinse, repeat a whole bunch of times. This is like, alright, I gotta move these guys here, I gotta do this there. Oh, aside from having to play this game still, I'm great. I did get a little bit more sleep last night. I think I got probably about 4 or 5 hours. Well, maybe 4. I don't think I got 5.
さあ来いこの白い
Wow. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm surprised it went for Gruga, but yeah. Incredibly surprised to see me live? Why? Normal stream time. Normal stream day. Oh yeah, when I was up late, yeah. Yep, trying to do that fight, and we didn't do it because yikes. Okay, this is actually a good opportunity to get Shart some levels. Oh.
さあどうしようか
Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna grind XP here. I have literally an XP increasing item. Who has it? Oh, he's got it. Okay, well he can stay on it then. I didn't realize I'd
怖かった
actually kept it on him. That would explain why he's gaining levels. Honestly, it's probably better that I keep it on him anyway. I want him to gain a lot of levels. The more levels he gains, the more defense he gains, the more viable it becomes to actually attack the boss instead of just waiting for counterattacks. Because the way it stands right now is I attack the boss and he counterattacks for about 180 damage. That's more than half. So if the boss counterattacks for more than half and then attacks me regular, I'm dead. And my block rate, I don't think I blocked a single boss attack almost at all. So the unreliability there is basically saying do not attack boss. Obviously I have 2 healers, but I can't stay within range of healing because it costs too much MP to do the extended range heal. I would run out of healing too much, not to mention, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like Gruga attacks, gets counterattacked, one of my healers goes, then the boss goes, then my healer goes. It's usually like Gruga attacks, both of my healers go, and then the boss goes, so I don't have that nice weaving that perfectly allows me to do that. If I lived through the AoE, big AoE damage thing, I could just keep the party just right there, and then they just heal every turn and it would be fine because both of them have enough regen that it would be almost a non-issue. Arc would be a little sketch, but if I had enough HP to live through the AoEs and the attacks, I could just sit there and just spam heal with both of them and just take the hits and it wouldn't matter because I'm healing Gruga anyway and they would just be secondary. So that would be the ideal setup if I can get it to work, but yeah. Yeah, it's a tactics game. I'm gonna go back and restore and save. I don't know why I always try to go up there. It always feels like the entrance to the way should be in the center of the room. So one reason I need to go back and save it is because I need more. I need to restore my MP. Fine, okay. The other reason is I might accidentally kill all the ads. If like I kill one and then I get a really good counterattack against it as I'm trying to leave, that's bad. Encounter's gone away at that point. 2, it's a PlayStation game. You know, we don't take chances like that. A cat could sneeze, and then the disc skips, and then it freezes, and that's that. You know. Wait, level 100 isn't the max, is it? Because I haven't seen arc level past 100. That would be awful. Seems like he can level. I think this will make grinding a little bit smoother too. Yeah, one of the biggest problems about the boss is that I can't debuff them. If I could debuff them, it would have been over, because that would have minimized the amount of damage they do. But none of the debuffs work, none of the stat downs work, nothing works. And to be like clear, I've had bosses where those worked before. Three more levels on the weapon. You know, I am curious. I wonder how many levels I gained during the course of the fight. Because, I mean, obviously every level I gain here is essentially another, like, level I would have had in addition to what I had. But maybe a little bit less because, you know, level scaling and everything. But it makes me wonder how many I gained and what I was actually experiencing from a defense's capability. Because as I'm getting levels, I'm obviously getting more defense, but like how much is that actually going to matter? You know, if I was already gaining levels, I might have already experienced exactly what I'm going to get anyway, you know what I mean?
Oh, are you still playing this thing?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Play it, Isaac. Thank you for the 301 bits. Yes, we are.
面白い。
私の相手は誰？
Level up!
キュア。トータルヒーリング。
面白い。
次はドイツだ。行くよ。
勝つだ。
Oh, I'm gonna see how much XP I gain per kill there, actually. I don't have an XP bar. Oh, there it is. So, I was basically at the start of a level there. So, killing an enemy with the bonus XP accessory that's like 20 levels higher than me, I gained, what, a quarter of a level? That's how slow the XP gain is in this. It's abysmal. I just want her to do something each round. Even if it's only healing a little bit of damage.
勝つだ。
やるな。
Yeah, just attacking and not killing something is very minimal amount of experience points. Well, yeah, as I level Bruga, you might be able to get that ability as well, which would be helpful. Yeah, because localization, you know, you didn't really do too much with that. Just translated the script and that was about it.
いい動きだ。
キュア。やるな。
さあ来い。いい動きだ。
The reason I'm not moving to their side is, first off, I don't really care how long each battle takes, but second, if I move, then I lose my positioning for healing and damaging reliably, or like aggro rather. Oh, I forgot to weak enemy them. You need a spanking!
勝つだ。
Yeah, It's Maya. I saw little Maya. Oh, that was a level up. So now he's 100. Hi, Maya. Boop. She'll be back. She's just going into the window real quick. Pre-Fiesta? Yeah. Basically, we unlocked it during the Fiesta, right? Yeah. A little worried about this. I'm just gonna reset now. Because if I get a counter, if I counterattack one, then it's they could both die, you know? And then the counter is gone forever, and then my grinding session ends way before it's finished. Well, technically, it's almost as good as the old one now, so I just need one more level for it to be better, and then one more level again for it to be maxed out, so... Oh, that reminds me. Oh, that reminds me. Okay, actually, I need to get what's her name in there to fight. Shan't. So if I hit him with a weak enemy, I might be able to level up my armor. Well, the armor gets leveled up a little bit through healing and whatever anyway, but still. But if I weak enemy, I don't have to worry about her dying. Oh, I specifically did not want to attack that one because it would counterattack for more. That was the whole point. But yeah, she gets in the action a little bit more. Not only will she level up her weapon, which whatever, but the armor leveling is what I'm after there. And if they get a weak enemy on them, then they're not really a threat. So she can get hit a little bit. It'll also allow her to counterattack, which will give her more XP, which she needs as well. Just healing is not going to cut it, I think. And since she's excessively lower level than everybody else, she will level faster. Like, she's 60, 70 levels lower than the enemies. Her counterattack did not give her any XP, though. Well, yeah, pretty much.
やるな。さあ来い。勝つだ。
次はドイツだ。
Is 100 the max? Not as far as I can tell. Look, he's about to get a level 101. All the enemies are like level 120, so I mean... it'd be kind of lame if I couldn't at least match that with something. Doesn't... Oh shit, I forgot to weaken enemy. It doesn't have to be levels, but like gear that gives me, you know, the ability to kind of tone that down. The difference. I think I'm just gonna reset it now. Since it doesn't really matter when I reset. Ideally I kill 2 because that's the chunk of the XP, but I want to get the weak enemy on.
Weak enemy.
He's hitting for a lot more now.
早いな。
出直してこい。
私の相手は誰？
手加減はせん。
One more weapon level.
怖かった。 トータルヒーリング。
勝つだ。
Damn, that was a fast little segment. And he's already higher level than Ark. I've just been wanting to get like 1 or 2 levels on Ark. I've gained 1 level. He was at 4 when we started, so he's getting levels way faster than Ark. Of course, obviously he's getting I'm prioritizing mostly killing blows on him, but more than that, it's he's just beefy, you know? 45, 32. As far as base defense goes, this is the highest, and then on top of that, he'll have the armor here, which will give him another 20 in total, in addition to what he has, but 25 from the armor itself. Once I'm done with the grind, and he needs 1 more level on his weapon, which is weird because I thought he had 120 attack power when I was doing the boss earlier. Last night. I don't remember what level I ended up being by the time I ripped on the boss, so I don't know, I doubt it was this high though, considering that you don't really get much XP for non-kills.
Weak enemy.
次はドイツだ。
There's his level. See, 101. Not the cap.
早いな。行くよ。
面白い。
Damn, What's Ark's level HP at? 249? Jeez, dude. Come on, man. First off, I don't know why he gets hit so damn hard. I guess maybe it's because he doesn't have he has the Brave Crest on, which reduces his overall defense, but like, shouldn't be that much of a difference. Yep, yeah, the grocery delivery is not that bad. The price is but I mean, depending on the inconvenience, it could save you money, like in gas or something, you know? Who's gonna get that level? Who's gonna get that? I am. Yep. Yeah, the US is a lot different in that regard. They're basically shopping districts and then residential districts. And so you typically have to travel to a shopping district to go do your shopping, which is why Americans typically have cars and need cars and have big fridges and stuff like that. It's often a relatively decent inconvenience to go shopping. You can't just hop outside, go to a couple local shops, pick up what you need for the day, done deal.
Weak enemy! 触るとやけどするぜ。やるな。
手加減はせん。勝つだ。
No, it's bigger than that. It's not a damage range. There's a blocking mechanic in the game. What's happening is the enemies are blocking. The problem is that the block rate is very high. And so the damage range does become that because it's like 30% chance to block, 30% chance to dodge, 30% chance to crit, and then 30%, you know, then the 30% chance to hit. Which actually does technically make sense because the crit isn't considered part of the whole 100% since it's separate from the... there's the if you hit, do you crit, and then there's do you hit. Anyway, the point I'm getting at, I'm just throwing out random numbers, obviously, but the point I'm getting at is because the dodge, block, and crit rates are so high, you never have consistent damage. You never just go, oh, I know I'm going to hit for about 150, and it's unlucky to miss. It's lucky to actually hit in this game, which is nuts. All right. I haven't even maxed out that weapon, and it's doing work. Might also just be because the weak enemy likely reduces their defenses, and that's why I'm doing a lot more too. That is a possibility. Yeah, the last boss is certainly an encounter. We got to it. It will take several hours to beat, and this is before this setup grind that I'm doing. So yeah, shitty game is shitty. More news at 11.
辛いかな。
勝つだ。
次はドイツだ。
勝つだ。
さあどうしようか。
さあ来い。
You know, with how reliable he is nuking everything down now, I might just,
触るとやけどするぜ。
after I get the other characters what I want from them, I might just sit on him for a bit.
やるな。
Oh, I forgot to weak.
やるな。
行くよ。
面白い。
蹴散らせ。ウィークエネミ
You know, you could cast weak enemy, but why not month enemy? That's longer, idiot.
やるな。
You saying Canada? Yeah. Yep. That's why he's wearing red. Oh, there's my weapon max. Wow.
さあ
That's a big
どうしよう
difference.
か。キュア。
He pretty much doubled his damage because he was hitting for about 150 and then he was hit for 306. I don't know if that was a crit though, so.
やるな。 勝つだ。
蹴散らせ。やった。次はドイツだ。
I wonder if I should put the XP accessory on Arc then until he gets the HP I want on him.
ウィークエネミ
私の相手は誰？
さあ来い。いい動きだ。
キュア。
勝つだ。
次はドイツだ。怖かった。
Still didn't gain a level? How did she not gain a level? She's level like 60. Come on.
手加減はせん。
I haven't seen her gain a single armor level either. Oh, you know what? I'm probably getting money. I just realized. I don't know where to find. There's like no screen that tells you what your currency is. Unbelievable, dude. Wow. There's no actual screen that tells you your currency? There we go. 27,000. I could level up something like 1 level, which is basically pointless because maxed out. Not maxed out, but doesn't matter. Oh, it's 2, yeah. I'm gonna put that on him. Stack the good things where I can get them. Plus, he'll level that up since I'm still grinding, obviously, right? So there's that. I don't care about the level of her stuff at all. Makes no difference. Same, except for her armor, which is maxed. Actually, don't need that, but she's fine. She doesn't die. And his armor, when I go to replace this, is also maxed. So I don't need any money for maxing out equipment, except for maybe the dress here, or not, yeah. And I don't even know if the 6 defense that she gains from that would actually put her into a position of being able to survive through the magic attack. I'd rather just have her have 165-ish HP, which seems to be taking forever, so probably not really viable. I'm debating on how much I want to actually grind here, because, like, the reality is that if I go in there and go, oh, I'm probably good enough, and I still have to spend 4 to 6 hours maybe getting through it. Oh, that was axe skill level up. Oh shit, awesome. Well, that's good too. I don't know what the highest really is. Guess maybe 15, 20. Don't know. Probably 20. Anyway, if I get in there and I'm barely strong enough to win, and I'm spending 6 hours by the skin of my teeth, anything could go wrong and reset the whole thing. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence, right? So my thought is coconut on my shoulder, because coconut gets everywhere. My thought is that if I just spend another hour grinding, I minimize that risk significantly and speed up the boss probably more than... Oh, I forgot it's a weekend. Than what it would take to grind. Especially if I break a threshold that allows me to actually take a hit. You know?
Weak enemy!
What I find hilarious is no matter how much she's done, she's not gained a single level except for the very, very beginning when she was basically ready to ding anyway. So this whole time she's gained 2/3 of a level from just casting transfer, which is stupid. It's completely idiotic. I've already spent hours on the final boss, so to answer your question, yes. Literally hours on the final boss. And it did not die.
やるな。
触るとやけどするぜ。
And this isn't even like spending several attempts with several hours. This is one attempt, several hours.
いい動きだ。
Maya, you're so weird today. Into the window she goes again. But yeah, we tried to stay up late last night. I started the boss attempt well before the normal ending time, and we didn't end until about 11 or midnight. 3 hours past my normal streaming time, so yeah. Spinny, 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 plop. You're so cute. I guess the easy answer would be to get Gruga to the final boss level, which is like 125. Yep. Basically, it was essentially impossible to get damage on the boss, while at the same time the boss was one-shotting a lot of my team. Or near one-shotting, so it was a lot of just sitting there keeping myself alive for a very, very long time. Yay, she leveled up.
勝つだ
I should just go back and save. Probably like every 15 minutes or something. Just go back and save, you know? It's not that far back. Did it again. Makes no sense. They should be reversed. Streaking! Hey, that's mean. I've even done it 3 times in a row. You know, I suppose a magic shield could potentially minimize the risk, but impede is also an issue. Oops. And I want to try to keep things within the regen. Just thinking about the difficulty it is to level Shandon. Like, I think she has enough HP to live through it now. Maybe, but yeah. Oh, I didn't do weak enemy again.
いい動き
私の相手は誰？キュア。さあ、行くぞ。ウィークエネミー。次はドイツだ。
勝つだ
蹴散らせ。
Oh, well, there's that weapon skill.
怖かった。
手加減はせん さあ来い
キ
Well, let's just gain like, I don't know, 10 HP on this level, bro. Alright, cool, cool. Good talk. Good talk. And I forgot to do the weak enemy again.
やるな
Damn it.
Cuts the
キュア 次はドイツだ 怖かった
The only thing I can make sense out of the leveling and how awful it is that
キュア
once you get to a certain level, the amount of XP you need to level up is the same, and no matter, like, there's a cap on how much XP you can get, and so you just at most get a third of your level, period, you know, no matter what your action is, no matter what the difference is. That would make sense a little bit. Hit it again. I forgot the weak enemy. It not only just makes things a little bit more reliable, but it actually saves resources, so I need to
手散らせ
to worry about saving it less. But it also lets Shan get in there and actually fight without getting nearly one shot.
私の相手は誰
さあ来い Cuts the
キュア
Cuts the
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Honestly, it makes her one of the best characters in my team. Because I just give the action to whatever the best thing is that I can do. Or it lets me do a lot of other strategic things like get into range, cast a spell or heal, and then get out of range by giving them a free turn, you know?
早いな
Did he even gain any HP on that level up? I feel like his HP is capped, because I feel like I have not seen him gain HP. Or maybe he did gain like 2 or something like that. I can't remember how much the AoE spell was hitting him for, but I feel like it was 250. It's kind of hard to catch it in the swamp of everything going on. But I suppose he has gotten a couple points of defense too, but still, he might have already had those levels when I was fighting it.
Weak enemy!
Yeah, I remember him having 249, so. I think the real question is, how far do I want to take this? I really don't know how much I want to grind. Like, in my head, I hate grinding. I hate being required to grind in order to advance the game even more. Well, actually, I don't mind grinding. I hate required grinding. Anyway, my thought is just, like, along the lines of... where's enough? You know, I don't want to just trivialize the battle by grinding a whole lot. I want to have the intended difficulty, but at the same time, the intended difficulty is getting kicked in the genitals, so maybe I should just give the middle finger to the game and just overgrind the crap out of everything and call it a day, you know what I mean? He's already 107, actually. It's going pretty fast. If I prioritize Gruga's XP, shouldn't be too long to get to like 115, 120. Maybe even higher. Maybe it's gonna be 108 in a second here. I think I should still work with Art. I still want him to have like 260 HP at least. I think with Shant it's like maybe one more level, and if I can't avoid the one shot at one more level, then it's just not worth it. He got a level up from getting his ass kicked. Way to go, bud. Yeah, because I think she was getting hit for 155-ish. So getting to 160 should keep her alive. I don't want to rely on the magic shield buff because MP is a major factor here. Yeah, but grinding in that game doesn't take too long. Grinding in this game takes... I guess if I prioritize Gruga, I don't think the grinding will take that long. Like, if I don't even go into melee with what's his name, he'll just counter kill everything in a round or two, and everybody else just kind of sits there and waits. But yeah, I think that's the only way that grinding becomes tolerable, is prioritizing a single character. and then kind of a little bit on the other, whatever you know. But by prioritizing Gruga, I can just vault his levels up, and he's going to be the one sitting up front anyway. He has the highest defense by a lot, so he has the highest chance of actually being able to survive the nonsense.
私の相手は誰？ 怖かったわ。
$159 HP. I don't really remember if there was damage range all that drastically on the spell.
面白い
Not to mention, with the levels gained, I should also reduce the amount of damage that I take, right? Like, that seems logical. I just don't know. Because the game is the game, so...
早いな。
いい動きだ
Oh, she gained another level. Really haven't had a problem with what she's doing, so she's fine.
キュア。
手加減はせん勝つだ
That was a nice level. About 2 or 3 extra hours on the same boss encounter without... It was the same attempt, and we didn't make it. Because he could just randomly one-shot my healer, which is exactly what he did.
行くよ。
Hence our grinding session.
誰か。キュア。
勝つだ
I don't find much value in the game personally.
次はドイツだ。
I'm pretty sure that by my estimates, Penance would be a shorter fight than what I would do in at my current output. I just thought about something that will remove the need to worry about Ark's level. I think it should be fine.
いい動き
Oh,
だ
are you still playing this thing?
Ark is like, dude, I'm done. I'm ready, bro. Like, put me down. Thank you, Ark, for the $3 1-cent donation.
ダメだな
Holy shit, I dodged? I didn't even know that was still possible. Can't remember the last time I dodged an enemy. Even blocking is uncommon. As you can see, I'm almost never getting a block off.
勝つだ 勝つだ
Although I think at the very least I have to keep throwing Arc in. But what I should do is bring Gruga over here
いい動きだ
and Arc over here. Because I want the two enemies to hit Gruga and he can just counter, boom, bang, bang, dead. Whereas one enemy takes
いい
longer.
動き
A
だ
lot of fiends here, y'all. Don't talk like that.
Oh, no, they just go after Arc. Okay. So there must be something in the script that goes after lower defense targets if all other factors are equal. And yes, there are a lot of fiends here. Although to be fair, not enough because, well, only in the sense that there's no actual real grinding spot. Thank you, Arc, for the $3.10 donation. Thank you. I can't believe the Arc the Lad, the laddiest lad that ever arced, is here.
いい動きだ
やった次はドイツだ
勝つだ
私
いい動きだそい
手伝って
Another dodge. What is this nonsense? I can dodge? What? Well, I still miss like crazy, so I don't think it's. I think it's just random luck.
早いな私の相手は誰
Ronfar from Final Fantasy XIV.
辛いかな
This attempt is taking quite a bit of time, randomly. You know, you know what's really funny? Think back to all the bosses of these games and everything.
やるな
The bosses usually have like a couple hundred HP. You hit them a couple times and they're down. And then you get to this boss, it's like, we decided to give it 5 billion HP and you hit for 12. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that's totally within the same balancing scale as the rest of the game that we've experienced thus far. So that makes perfect sense, absolutely. I see no problem with this. What?
次はドイツだ
I need to make sure he gets hit so he doesn't have Gruga counterattack. It's my
やった さあどうしようか キュア これよりは
いい動きだ
Mia does not want to come hang out.
ウィークエネミー
But Maya does. Whoop. It's like the 5th time she's come up and down today. She's just all over the place. I think the fact that Gruga, like, when Gruga kills an enemy, they don't get to... When a Gruga kills an undead, they don't go to their undead 1 HP state. He just outright kills them. And I think that's a big part of what's making this grind, like, tolerable.
キュア
Hey, I'm right here.
Katsuda.
Down, 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 down.
Katsuda.
Yeah, he's only gaining like a quarter of a level now. It's slowing down quite a bit. I don't know what level I want to end up going to, but 111 still seems kind of low. I think the final boss was 125.
Sakui.
If I could ever get to the point where I'm reliably one-shotting with an attack, and thankfully the counterattack damage is different, but yeah, if I ever got to that, like I could reliably hit and reliably one-shot an enemy, pop in, dead, pop in with a transfer, dead, leave, that would actually be worth it at that point, for sure. And we've definitely one-shot or gotten close to one-shot. I've seen him hit for over 300, but not quite there.
Katsuda.
Sounds like something to, some suffering from success, in a way.
面白い。直してこい。
蹴散らせ
加減はせん。いい動きだ。甘いわ。
These voice lines he's having are so alien to me. He's dodging and blocking, and he hasn't done those since like the first time I got him. And it's just weird.
面白い。勝つだ。
触るとやけどするぜ。
What's up, Thorin? Grinding because the last boss is bonkers
次はドイ
stupid.
ツだ。
It's smooth. The grind is smooth. It's a little like knowing that I have to prioritize what I do with Gruga. I think that the grind is going pretty good.
行くよ。
Full.
面白い。
行くよ。
Won't hurt to get another little on her, so worth the effort here.
面白い。
まだいける。トータルヒーリング。
Oh, she's actually dead, isn't she? Oh,
カンマ。
キュア。
I'm probably doing more grinding than what I had in mind in my head when I started the stream today, because I was going over my head like, what can I do to make this possible?
触るとやけどするぜ。
And I had some ideas, and my first thoughts were like, well, I can't grind, right? There's no options for grinding. So I had a few ideas of what I could do, and I feel like I'm going to be more than likely cutting back at least half of the boss time with just these few levels, because it prevents like characters getting one shot, which will prevent long recovery periods. It will allow potentially Gruga to attack, or at the very least do charge attacks, and then just kind of, you know, sacrifice items at that point. Potentially eliminating a lot of other frustrations here and there. But basically, my thought is that now that I can actually grind, I might be significantly lessening the stress of the final battle. Instead of the estimated 6 hours, by the way, I estimated, based on the average amount of damage that I could get, based on the strategy that was only available to me, I mathed out roughly 6 hours for the boss kill. And that's just the final phase. That's not including the first phase that took another hour or so. Yeah, like basically an entire day, stream day, just for the final boss, because it is completely BS balancing.
さあ来い。 活だ。
私キュア
手加減はせん。ヒーロー。
Donkey Kong 64. But I still have to play Arc the Lad 3.
手加減はせん。
蹴散らせウィークエネミー次はドイツだ
At this point, it's prioritized Gruga only. If anybody else gains a level, neat. But it's not really necessary at this point. I don't think Arc is quite... I don't think his HP is quite high enough to live through the explosion that the boss does. But I'd also say it doesn't matter that much as long as Shark can live. She can res. But obviously that's expensive on MP cost, and I need to minimize the amount of all of that. But still, it should be fine. As long as it gets attack and defense each level coupled with the HP, because HP is every level. As long as it gets attack and defense every level, I'm pretty happy with the level. Maybe I'll just go for like 120. That might be a good level to... What is he at? 14? 120 might be a good level. I mean, let's say I average 2 HP per level. 6 more levels would give me... Wow, what's 6 plus 6? Gee, I don't know. 12, which would put me at 377 HP, which is, if I gave her 180 on a melee, that's not including all the defense that I've gained. That would be less than half, allowing him to actually attack reliably. So even right now, but with having another 12 HP would really put that at a reliable point. And again, that's not even including all the defense that he's gained from the 20 levels that he's gained, which is probably another 10 defense at least, which is significant, I would say. Uh-oh. block, that's fine.
あ
How close were we to messing this up? Pretty damn close. We're very close to messing that up. I'm pretty sure Dude Bro has a weapon that will kill it instead of it going to undead state, so...
手加減はせん
Oh, you know what? With that in mind, actually, I should go save it. I want to go save it. It's been a bit, actually. Well, these are all undead, so it doesn't matter how endangered they are. It's because I just keep killing them and they keep coming back, you know? They're just the same wyverns. You know, being undead and all. Alright, I need to take some ibuprofen really quick. I thought my back would start feeling a little bit better, but it is not a good back day. Womp. Womp. I would like 260, but that's like 3 or 4 levels with them. It just, ugh, it's so long. Weirdly, Elk is actually... I didn't realize he had so much more HP than Ark. That's interesting. Beast. I think if I didn't do this with Gruga, I would do it with Elk because Elk has a really good defensive capability, which would allow him to kind of do this less damage-wise, but more defensive reliability. Ah, I didn't level it up.
触るとやけどするぜ
If I could actually one-shot with Gruga here,
さあ来い
like just go in and just be like, boom, dead, I would just do that and then leave.
Weak enemy 早いな早いな
Although, it's not going to be too far from that here because he's going to probably kill this guy on the left.
消えろ
Then Sharp will go. 3 HP. Yeah, I do think the average HP is higher than 2. I was being a little, like, safe on my estimates for his HP gaining to see how much he would have. Okay, this will probably kill this one.
消えろ
And done.
蹴散らせ
Yeah, if we could just get that every time, that'd be fantastic. We'd be done in no time. Might even go for more levels, just because it's so fast.
の定めだ。の定めだ。さあ来い。
Probably levels up there, yep. 3 again, yeah. So it's actually more accurate to say he would have 3 HP per level, which will give him another 6 HP, putting him in close to the 390 range. Should probably let Ark have that, huh? How close are you? A bit. I feel like if I get an opportunity to get a level with Ark, I should take it. Actually, I think Shant would be better. Shant living is a necessity. Ark living is just a bonus.
怖かった。
Hi, Chi. We got Chi again.
AQ
触るとやけどするぜ。早いな。
Didn't kill it. How dare.
辛いかな。
手加減はせん。どけどけ。
449! Why didn't you just do that last time, buddy?
蹴散らせ。トータルヒーリング。私の相手は誰
できよ。
さあどうしよっか。
Please counter kill.
何
I think it's better to go over here. More reliable kill there for sure. Yeah, so far he's gained 3 HP every single level. So far in the last several levels, he's gained an attack every level, and he's gained a defense 3 out of the 4 levels that I've witnessed since, like, I think it was 112 or... Oh no, it's 3 levels. So 2 defense, 1 attack, 3 attack, 2 defense, and the 3 levels that I've seen since 114. So that's good.
Weak enemy! やるな
I can't tell if I've noticed a difference in the hit rate now that I've gotten closer level to the enemies. What level are they? They are also 1. They are equal level now. Holy crap. Never thought I'd live to see the day that I was equal level to a final dungeon enemy on any of my characters in this game. I mean, look at Chant, 67, she's half. But yeah, equal level. Hey. But I can't, like I said, I can't say I've noticed a real big difference in the hit rate. The more surprising thing was that I actually dodged, and I don't even know if that's because of the level difference closing or not. Could be anything. Could just be that it's based off of strength or agility or something, even though the manual does not suggest that, you know.
割るとやけどするぜ
You know, it's possible the manual does tell you if level affects that, though.
Oh, are you still playing this thing?
They can play it as for the 301 bits. Yes, yes, we are. It doesn't mention anything about level. In fact, all it mentions level adjacent is experience points. Oh, it'll end. I'll make sure of that. I think weak enemy So the graphical representation of weak enemies is showing all their stats going down. And I think that's exactly what it is. And I think the reason Gruga seems to be doing a lot more damage is not because his attack is just skyrocketed. I think it's simply because of the weak enemy reducing the defense. That even also might be responsible for the hit rate and dodge rate that I'm getting. Yeah. Look, guys, I totally beat the boss. Just get a recording of the boss dying and everything. What do you mean it went out? What? No, I beat it. I totally beat it.
やるな次はドイツだ
This is a worrying situation. Because there's 2 weak dragons.
さあ来い消えろ
But as long as Gruga doesn't counterattack, it should be fine.
私 いい動きね
手加減はせん
怖かった
Should be a level for her. Yeah. Okay. I'm even more comfortable with her level now. I'm fairly certain she will live through the magic attack now.
Weak enemy!
It's not bad. If you all you need is one character to be strong, grinding a single character isn't the worst. It's annoying. It is a little slow moving, but it's at least smooth. Yeah, if I walk in and do 180, and then I do weak enemy and I do 350, that's because of the defense down. Which I cannot apply to the boss. If I could, I would have easily won last night. Quite easily. But he can't be debuffed by anything.
触るとやけどするぜ
Sometimes you get rounds like that that are really smooth, though. That was just 2 kills, which is basically half... Oh, not a half a level anymore. Oh dear, okay. That was like a 5% of a... Well, not 5, but 20% of a level at best. Because the enemies are now his level. I think 117 might be effectively the cap for my grind, actually.
Weak enemy!
But considering he was, what, 95, 96 when we started this, that's still 20 levels. These are pretty much the strongest enemies in the game. Yeah, it doesn't matter though, because everything else is dead and it can't be respawned. This is the only pack of enemies that I can fight. Like, quite literally.
NANI?
Which is actually kind of hilarious because it kind of insinuates that 117 is the highest level you can beat for the actual boss. Realistically, like, yeah, sure, I could definitely grind more levels, but it would be a lot longer. Although I would say if everybody was 117, it would not be a problem because nobody would be at any major risk of dying, and they could all just sit in front of the boss and take hits.
早いな
Then just spam AoE heals. So I was about, what, 25% into the level, and now I'm about 50% of the into the level. So 2 kills was a quarter of a level, which means I'll need to do 4 resets per level. I suppose I could, but that's assuming that the XP gained after 118 is the same as 117 to 118.
Weak enemy 次はドイツだ やるな 私
Well, I want to say, like I said, the boss was either 120 or 125.
さあ来い
Which means I'm just gonna have to be lower level than it, which I don't think matters that much, but still, it does have me worried.
触るとやけどするぜ
Well, let's at least gain this last level, and then what we can do is go in and see how it works. I don't have to do Pyramid Boss, so there's that. It's actually less than a quarter of a level. I think it's a fifth of a level per reset.
Weak enemy 私の相手は誰
受けどけ
It also means I will not be getting into the 380, 390 HP realm for reliable survival, assuming the defense doesn't do enough by itself. But I think the defense will will bring down the 180 damage to 140, 150.
さあ来い
Although I don't know how much the AoE spell is going to do, that still could be a potential problem.
さあどうしよっか
Yeah, it's less than a fifth of a level actually. It's very slow. Now that I'm equal level, that actually probably explains the XP issue with this game. The fact that once you're equal level to the enemy, you're not really getting very much XP at all, so you can never realistically get anywhere above the enemy's average level, and it's the reverse problem that the previous game had, essentially, which is if you prioritize a single character, you can get above their level pretty easily and utilize that character as a powerhouse. In this game, it's so poorly scaled that nobody gets above the enemy, and because of that, nobody is equal to the enemy either. And their enemy levels go faster than what you can gain. I'd be willing to bet that, with my experience here, that even if I did all the side content, I would not be high enough level to manage the enemies. I'd be willing to bet that Shant would be 80 at most, and I think that's being generous. And the melee would be like around 105, 110. Because again, I'd be fighting a bunch of enemies at that certain level.
Hero!
Oh.
怖かった
やるな
Still didn't level up, did he? I can only assume 18 and 19 is going to be even slower. So getting to 120 is not likely. I'll finish out this level, obviously, it's what I'm going to be doing, but anything more is a waste. But realistically, the only character that I need to have high enough level is him. It shouldn't matter otherwise, because I can't bring anybody else into melee, so it's not like it's a loss of damage or anything. And I do still have Elk to provide defense up and offense up. And since he can't really do anything else, I might just prioritize him to do exactly that, which would increase reliability. We'll see. The problem is that the boss dispels buffs, so they don't really last very long. Boo, that was a terrible level. Alright, I want to do one more run. I just want to see, because it's perfect that he's at a fresh level, it's very easy to see exactly how much XP he gains. So I want to do one more run to see what he gets per run at this point. That will allow me to determine whether or not it's worth it based on how good or bad the next attempt goes. But yeah, I don't really want to see... Oh, whatever. I can just double it.
怖かった
I'm not gonna miss an opportunity for Shan to get some XP there, you know? Very small sliver, 5-10% at most. It wouldn't be the end of the world to grind up 2 more levels on him, but I think I should be fine. Also keep in mind that's with the bonus XP accessory, which is scary. He has significantly more defense and offense than anybody else. If anybody is suited for this task, it's him. At this point, if it's not a reliable attempt, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to basically brute force, which was my original strategy. It's just a very, very, very long fight. He's more or less soft cap lock. He's not getting any higher without a lot of effort. Because once you match the enemy's level, it just goes to a crawl. Okay, so one thing I was gonna do is I was gonna take Elk, and I was gonna take this off of him. Oh, thanks, Jazzy. Whatever, it doesn't matter what he's on. He can't equip it. Is it because the other element that he has? No, he doesn't have an element. So he just can't equip it. Okay. It's not a special item, it was just something I found in a box. Okay, well, that's that then. I just thought that would reliably get him into a position where he would live from the bosses of the spell. So she has the reduced MP cost. MP regen out the wazoo. It is what it is. At this point, we go in and hope for the best. I guarantee you, Jazzy, the boss will take more than an hour. Guaranteed. There is no way it takes less than that. Not without some crazy luck, actually. Some good luck would work, because then I would be hitting every attack, and if I was hitting every attack, then my average damage would not be about 30. It would be about, well, about 150, 200. But if the average damage I can get out is about 30 per round, then that's very, very slow when the boss has 9,999 HP. Well, let's go. The only good thing is that I can leave any. I can like I beat the first part of it, and you can just leave. Well, it wasn't technically the last boss. It was the general guy with the little triangles. You can just leave. So we don't have to do that. We just have to do the 2 boss forms. Well, assuming there's no other form beyond that. Anyway, let me use the restroom really quickly so I'm not worried about that. Be right back a second. Stop, don't do it. Please, actually. I like how it never explains what his actual power is and what he's doing here. Because the whole world is shaking. Tidal waves, tsunamis, earthquakes, buildings crumbling. Like, it never explains, like, why he has power, what his power is, or anything. Nothing is explained at all, whatsoever. In fact, that could be said about the entire story, to be perfectly honest. Things just kind of happen. They never really explain why or how they do. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, sure, you could gauge an idea of what his power is or whatever, but, like, that's not how storytelling works. You can't just be like, why does this guy have power? And they keep talking about him unleashing his power and doing these things with his power, and then not explain what that is or how it works or why he has it or anything, you know? Like, think about the hero. The chosen hero is chosen by the goddess or something like that, you know, blessed or something along those lines. There's some kind of explanation. And this is just like, unleash your power, you are strong. Oh, okay. Oh, he didn't do that before. I like how it's funny that it's like, what did you do? But it's like, we're in this enclosed space. Like, how could we even know what he actually did? We just know he's like, ha! Yeah, do you understand what you did? No. Me either. This is not the phase I have to worry about too much. The damage here should be totally manageable. It's a third of what he did before. Not in this phase. I mean, in this second phase, he does 180. This time it's only 60. It's ridiculous, the difference in power between this phase and the next phase. This phase also, as far as I can tell, cannot dodge or block, which is another kind of like insane addition to that whole additional phase. Like it's not just, oh hey, it's a harder boss. It's like significantly more powerful, you know? I don't know, I think he's a bit of an eyesore, personally. But you know he probably knows how to party because he's straight ballin'. Okay, I think the best way to handle this... Oh, he can block, wow. I think the best way to handle this is keep her back here and use her as a bridge to heal. She won't use any MP whatsoever. She'll use 5 and regen 5. Done deal, it's a wash. And then everybody else is going to get hit by the Firestorm. And because it's more damage than I can really effectively heal through, because she heals for 150 plus the counterattack he's gonna get is, you know, about 200 damage.
動きだ。
ここで取れるわけには。
Right, I forgot that that's an AoE. Okay, that's fine, I can fix that. They can play it as 110 bits. He sits right here instead.
Redirection.
Yeah, it's a line. Okay, good. $124, so I was about right with the boss level.
Yeah. いい動きだ。
俺に任せろ。トータルヒーリング。これならいける。キュア。
面白い。はあ。
俺に任せろ。トータルヒーリング。これならいける。炎よ、復讐の刃となせ。
Okay, now she should be safe here. Yeah, he's a good wingman, you know? What a lad.
面白い。
Okay, I definitely remember not being dodged in this phase. Maybe I should take out the other two entirely. Oh, everybody gets hit by that. Well, that's bad. I don't think this is the right move then. This feels very wasteful.
トータルヒーリング。これならいける。
Oh, I can stop buffing. That's one thing I can get rid of. I can sit far away with her and just, it'll cost 1 magic point to transfer instead. The hit rate is still garbage, dude. Hit rate is still freaking garbage. Maybe healing with her is not the right play here either. I mean, Ark has regen too, so if I feel like I want to pop him out to regen, I can do that. And in the next phase, I won't be attacking, which means I won't be counterattacking. If I'm not counterattacking, then I can just use Shanta heal with the transfer being used on her.
Saあ来い
Yeah, I think the fight is too long to rely on buffs. I think that's a bad idea. I can definitely use them in the next phase, but I should prioritize just being very, very efficient to get through this particular phase. I feel like I was encouraging him to do the big spell by clumping up. I want to try something. Wonder if he won't do the big AoE as often or at all. Because if he just does those, I can easily heal through that with her. And she can sit in melee and she can live through it, anything that he does. Oh, it's a cross. Okay,
さあ来い
good to know. I can't attack her or else she will die. Oh, she regens 6. Not 5. That's that changes some stuff. Okay, so she's not getting hit by the counterattack, it only intermittently gets hit by the spell, which she can live through. Shouldn't matter. And the spell is the only thing that does, of course he does it right away, any kind of significant damage, but she's gonna out-heal the damage counterattack anyway. She should be fine here, right?
手伝せ 誰かキュア
Of course he just starts spamming the fucking Firestorm, dude. Get out of here. It doesn't really matter. She's not losing any MP. She is not at risk of dying. But it's gonna eventually be too much. And I can't get any of these counterattacks or anything. Or the what do you call it? Transfer bonus attacks or anything. Because the boss decided to be stupid. Piece of shit.
キュア
And I'm not getting counterattacks this way either, by the way. Oh, come on! He did like 5 attacks in a row when I had Arc in there, but now he refuses to fucking do it! God, I fucking hate this game so much. What a piece of shit game. Absolute train wreck of a video game, dude. Can't convince me otherwise. Thank you, Playdads, for the 177 bits.
Burn to the ground! 面白い
次はどキュア
Thank you again, playing as for 177 bits. I don't know whoever told you it was a classic was full of shit.
Burn to the ground!
Not this time. I finally got a regular attack. Thank you, playing as for 177 bits. No, it's old RPG, thus classic. Sorry, that's how it works. Nope, can't possibly be old games. Back in the day, games were just so much better, guys. Don't you remember?
キュア
Idiotic sentiment. I think people that are saying like back in the day things were better just trying to sell you something. Alive for sure.
ダメだな。
キュア
Not to say there aren't a lot of amazing games back then, but ugh. I also get crap like this. I mean, I also think Seventh Saga is an absolute train wreck of a video game that I still like, so I feel you on that one. I'm totally in line with that. Now the real pain begins. The fact that I can change my party members here is interesting, and it makes me wonder, like, what I should do differently here. But, I mean, nobody's really prepared to do anything other than my main team here, so I don't see any reason to change it up. We actually just recently replayed Seventh Saga and beat it, I might add. As long as it doesn't connect, right? It's fine. I think I want to give him protection first. I think this is the best spread I can do. Both of my healers are 159? It was doing like 255 last night. Why would that's kind of a significant difference. It one-shot arc. One shot. Like, it one-shot arc, okay? And he had about 245 HP when I was playing last night. He's got 10 more HP, and you're telling me he live with 96 HP now? All right, well, let's see what the damage of the attack is. Oh my god. That is peanuts compared to last night. We might actually have a chance here. Oh, he does have his defense up though. Yeah, let's put retaliation up first because
復讐の刃と化
I'm gonna probably do charges. Well,
せ
yeah.
私の相手は誰
I Wait a second. If I'm getting 2 turns with transfer, I'm not regenerating 5 MP per turn. I'm regenerating 12, or not 6, but 12. Because I get a transfer, I cast 1 cure,
キュア
and then I get another turn, which gives me another 6 MP. Holy shit. Transfer makes it viable for me to use Arc as the healer instead. Which means that I can heal for more because Arc heals for more than 160. Because he has regenerate of 4, and his spell heals for 8. So that would give him all the regen he needs to be the primary healer. So I could move you here to offset where I'm going to move her. And in the meantime, I'll just do bigger heals if I have to. Yeah, it is quite funny that Arc is my healer, isn't it?
トータルヒーリング
He'll heal for like what, 210? 215? 218. Shart heals for 261. So at this point, she stays here.
私
I can still heal with her by doing a high-powered cure. Okay, like if push comes to shove, if I need to throw out an extra heal, it'll cost, but that's fine. It does also allow her to save her MP for resurrection in case it's needed. So she can just... Well, I can also buff counterattack on her, with her rather, just in case, so it's not all on Elk.
面白いはあ
So my strategy that I was thinking about yesterday that would allow me to do essentially this, but like with a weaker setup, I was gonna charge my full charge and then attack. And then basically all my damage would be counterattack and then the one attack that I would get when I charge. So that means, okay, I have to do this a little bit differently because I would pop in, heal, and then what's her name will get her attack afterwards, right? Yeah, then she gets her attack. Then I transfer. So it's a little bit different way of balancing it because normally she gets her transfer right before Shark goes. And so it's easy, just like transfer, go, go. This is go, transfer, go. It's a little shaky, but... And then if I want to, I can do another spell, but he really only has debuffs, which he's immune to. Okay, there's the normal amount of damage, 153. That's what I expected. But as you can see, he's got more than half his HP still, so he can still. Oh, I didn't want to do that, right? I was doing the charge. But it does mean that he can actually attack and get attacked, like with the counter, and live. Before, he was taking way more than half his health. It wasn't viable. Less than an hour? Dude still got 999 HP, and each cycle is like 100 damage, optimistically. So no. We started about, what, 15 minutes ago? And we're 10% of the way there. And that's 15 minutes on this phase.
必要ない。
I'm hoping the multiple elemental defenses there will prevent the other debuffs from falling off. Because it seems as if he only dispels one buff. Not debuffs, buffs. Even at full range, it's only 6 MP for retaliation, which is what her base regen is, so that's free. He blocked! He can actually block! What is this? Counters do not get rid of charge. Honestly, he doesn't even need to be healed, so I'm just gonna take the opportunity to get the regen in. Is there anything she can do otherwise? Nah. If he's the other target, like intermittent target for the flame. Oh, there we go. See, that's what I expected. There we go. 245. Yeah, but he lived. He lived. That's important. It means the levels I gained on him were important. Remember when I said he had 245 HP? He took 245 from it before. Well, then he had 245 HP, and yeah, there you go. It does mean that I need to like throw a healing item on him or something, because otherwise, if he gets hit with that spell again, he's toast. I can't do it. I have to just fingers crossed here, basically. Yeah, it's uncommon that he does the spell to begin with, and it's also uncommon that he does it on anybody outside of right in front of him, so it's fine. And I'll just do a more powered charge on this time so that they both get healed. Not quite as efficient, but I mean, considering that my MP bar is essentially not even moving and I still have magic apples, it's a measure of efficiency I'm more than willing to take. Oh, that was a different spell. And he still got one shot, and then some. Because reasons, I guess. This will be very hard to recover from, though, because... Well, no, I mean, I guess I could use a resing item. I got a few of them, and that way I can res him over here. But he could be the target for another AoE, which I guess is not the worst thing. Okay. He's doing some weird stuff. He's not gonna take anything. Now the big question mark of, will I actually land my full charge attack? Because even if I miss, all the charges go away. I landed one last time and it hit for 1250. So with all the extra attack power, the new weapon that I got, I'm expecting at least 1500 if it lands. I'm gonna actually sit in the far corner. Maybe that'll discourage him from casting a little bit more. Fingers crossed! He blocked. He blocked it. Thinking I don't want to do full charges. I'm gambling with that. Hi Shalud said hello. Shai Halud, whatever the hell his name is. I wonder if it's. Let's try an attack and see what happens. Maybe I should charge when I'm questionable about my survival, and then otherwise just do regular attacks because I think banking on the RNG of the charge attack is a bad idea. So I think like if I'm feeling pretty good, then do a then do a regular attack, and if I'm like okay, I need to not get a counter attack, then do a charge, right? Okay, never mind. I don't know what to do about that. I definitely can't waste my resing items on him like that. If I res with her, it's gonna take some time to get back into position, and I risk a lot of stuff. But I need to at least try. The fear is that he immediately casts an AoE spell on them and they both die. I don't know if she will survive though. I suppose I could just run right over here. So it actually allow me to do a strike power and not have to power it up, which will save MP. Then I can just transfer. Sure would be nice if I could attack and then move instead of only being able to move and attack. He's fine, right? Yeah, so I can do a retaliate since he doesn't have that.
遅い
Apparently, it's such a complicated, weird mechanic that only every other Tactics game has been able to incorporate and balance it. If she's right there, I don't actually need to use the one that costs, and she would still remain out of range. I want to do a thing here that may hurt me because the enemies do prioritize proximity. If I move down here, Shant becomes priority at this point. I want to see if she can live. It won't be that big of a deal. Oh, okay, that's not the enemy. I was gonna say right away we're gonna learn. I just want to see if she'll live, because if she does, then I can move Dude Bro down there so that he doesn't get hit. Seems like he's prioritizing Elk as the third highest priority, which is an interesting choice. Works for me though, because he's very, very defensive. I barely even need to heal him. In fact, he could take like 3 of those before I need to actually go over there and heal him. So I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna take the opportunity to regen with Arc. And shit, maybe even use a magic apple. It's 30 MP or is it 40? I can't remember. Whatever, it's fine. I'll just sit over here. We're not linking anything. By linking, I mean we're not close enough that his AoE will hit multiple targets. And he didn't need to be healed, right? Not really. I wonder if I could link this together. Nah, there's not really a way to do it cost efficiently. And I should have sat closer to what's her name so that the transfer doesn't cost any MP. But it's not like, I mean, she could only transfer 285 times more with the increased range, so I don't know. Might not make it. Perfectly balanced. What are you talking about? Totally perfectly balanced, this fight. Even if he was in the middle and all my characters could swarm him, this boss wouldn't be balanced. We're just saying quite a bit. It's basically saying, wow, you actually use your whole team and it's still imbalanced? But no, I get to use one character. Should be fine to attack. Definitely fine if I block. I wonder if strike power also affects counterattack. Like, it seems as if it's just an attack up, right? Well, counterattack is influenced by your attack stat, as well as your counterattack stat, so...
俺に任せろ。トータルヒーリング。
Yeah, and the funny thing is, Potato Sack, I don't think this is possible with my team and my levels doing it any other way. Like, I have to keep my characters spread out, because they'll just get one shot by the spell. I have to only have one person in melee, and I can't just attack willy-nilly because the counterattack is so much damage that it destroys me. I think the first person to run out of MP is going to be Elk, but I have some magic apples. I think it's fine to just keep buffs up with him as much as possible. 9,999 total HP. He has 5,800 left, so we're about halfway, a little less. Yes, assuming he hits, that's the problem, Jazzy. That's been the problem the entire time, is that he doesn't reliably hit, ever. Nobody does in this game. The dodge block rate is so high that it's probably about 30% of your hits that actually land normal damage, and then maybe 30% of those that actually crit. But then the damage range is also high. Like, that's literally the problem and has been almost the entire time. I don't think I need to worry about it. I just want to attack. That's a Kruger charge opportunity. And there's situations like this where he's so low that I can't get an attack off. But even so, 30 or 40 turns when each turn is about 2 minutes. That's still a long time, you know? It's not a short amount of time just because it's only 30 or 40 attacks. Alright, I want to move him over here to discourage him from attacking him with the spell. Well, the Dark Crush is one of the worst things he can do because it's a lot of damage. Honestly, yeah, Bowser would just be able to tank like a beast. Oh, isn't that DQ 2 that does that? Not 3, but either way, yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe it is 3, I forget. That's like 4 turns in a row that he's done that. It's like, even if I fully heal him by doing a powered up spell on Shart, it doesn't matter, I still can't attack. because it essentially does just too much damage. It's not essentially, it just is too much damage. There we go, regular attack. So now we can attack. We got a bunch of charges, so fingers crossed. Yay! 383 is not a lot for 3 or 4 charges, though. It almost feels sad. Oh, a dodge? What is this? Some kind of fair game? Wait, did he dodge again? Holy shit! Yeah, something went right. My strategy is in shambles. Regen opportunity. I'm gonna give him a magic apple. Just cause I have an opportunity to keep his HP afloat. And then I'm going to do a transfer, but just to get the MP regen, and then I'll close it out. Close his turn out again. So just the regen, end turn. Was he missing any HP at all? Yeah. So I'll do one of her high powereds because she rarely heals. If she's at full HP, then her regen is not serving her any purpose for her. So I can benefit by getting some regen on Arc, and then she'll take a backseat again and regen that 21 that I just used. As long as I just keep giving the big, buff, muscly, oiled man my total healing goo, everything will be fine.
You. Ha!
You know, I'd be curious to know how many rocks are falling per minute and then calculate how many rocks fell in the entire boss fight, because so far it's been about an hour long, just in this phase. I would love to know how many rocks actually fell, because I think you're actually pretty close. The world turned into a big giant series of craters, but at least the bad guy died. Civilization, gone. But Ark and company still live. Oh, what's this for? Oh yeah. Okay, well then, well. Yeah, great opportunity to take a nap. But then you might miss the math about how many rocks actually fall in the sky per minute. A very important calculation. How long has this battle gone? Yes. I wonder if this would actually... Because it says Flame Tornado, right? So... that would be better than the magic thing I was looking at earlier. It's like magic shield. Yeah, I nearly died. Level up. Chubby Chewbacca. People were saying Santa Claus last night. Like baby Santa Claus almost. That's the boss. Nice. Back-to-back normal amount of damage with an exceedingly high HP pool.
トータルヒーリング 私
No, don't do that. I can't counterattack it and it's high damage. Stupid jerk face. Huh? Hello? Total healing goo! Well, I never had a spell cast on me during the fire protection, so I'm not gonna bother with it.
私の相手は誰
What did you just call me?
さあどうしようか
What the shit? Why did he have for 255? I hate that, like, the RNG in this game is so crazy, stupid, variable. But, like, I've sat in this fight for over an hour with pretty reasonably reliable output. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, I almost one-shot you. Just out of nowhere. Like... oh, okay. So not reliable. Thankfully, counterattack damage is a different stat, so I don't have to worry about I don't have to worry about him randomly doing 255 on a counterattack. At least I don't think so. About 40%, I think. Like he's down to 40%. That's because I had a charge. So if I get hit too hard, I'll do a charge, which increases my damage and I can stack it a lot. And I had a charge on that one, so. Boss is 32%. Well, there's a level up that'll make things slightly easier. As I proceed to miss and get counterattacked for a reasonable amount of damage, actually. Hey, Cal, thank you for 52 months. Well, I mean, nothing if not tenacious, I suppose. It is interesting learning the quirks of his AI as well. Like, he has not cast a spell on Ark since I decided to move him down one tile, and he goes for Elk instead. And my thought is that if everybody is equidistant from him, it has nothing to do with vulnerability to his damage. It has to do with going from the left and counterclockwise around the room as his priority target. And the reason he doesn't hit Shania is because she's one step further away than Elk is. So by, like, what it seems to me, the reason Elk was getting hit is because he was closest. The reason he kept getting hit is because everybody was equidistant except for Sonya, and Elk just happened to be the first on the left side of the screen. If Shania were closer by one step, she would have gotten hit, but instead it's Elk, and if Elk steps one step back, it'll be what's her name? At least that's what it feels like. That I would say that is very likely the case. But just kind of noticing those little quirks of his script allow me to kind of position myself in a way that makes things a little bit more reliable. It depends. It depends if the tenacious person understands the result of their tenacity or not. Sometimes it's an estimated benefit, you know. It's like the whole mining meme with the diamonds, you know. If I make the estimated guess that there's diamonds at the end of it, you know, diamond in the rough kind of thing, then is it worth it? And the diamonds to me could just be the knowledge of having done it, you know. It doesn't have to be something tangible. It could just be that feeling of, you know, of having accomplished something and feeling good for it. Even if I think it's total bullshit, just having gone through it and figured out a way to make it work for me. Because if you think about it, most of the time when I play a really bad game and I have to like go through the craziness of some bad boss or whatever to finish it, a lot of the time it's kind of like burn and pray and I just hope that I make it through, right? But this has gone on for an hour, almost over an hour, and I'm still in it, like almost full MP on my entire team, which means I have devised a strat that is exceedingly reliable and has a very low margin of error on it. And there's something to be said about that. Despite the obnoxious balance of the game, I've turned the game around on itself and said, no, look at me. I'm the boss now. Just like, what is this? Oh, it's the pizza thing. Nice. Sweet. Wife made food. It's like I guess a cannoli or something like that. Anyway, she puts a bunch of pizza stuff in bread and then bakes it, and it's delicious. Was this after the transfer? Well, he's high enough HP that I don't have to worry about it. As a final boss myself, we should get Desco opinion on it. Desco?
私
Desco will destroy you just like a final boss should do! Thank you, Desco.
面白い
トータルヒーリング 触るとやけどするぜ 俺に任せろ 私
I think it's actually worth doing the big heal here.
キュア 俺に任せろトータルヒーリング
Sponsored by Acme. Hey, jerk. I guess it's better than the alternative. It's just that when he gets hit by two of those, I'm actually going to lose MP on Arc. As opposed to staying even. Because he's going to counterattack, which means he needs to get healed. And he can't reliably take a third one. He probably could, but yeah. I dodged? Hey, Tex, thank you for 53 months. Just remember that if I hit for 100 damage, that is 1% of his health. 1%. Painful, tech side. Painful. Honestly, a lot of the time it's not really arbitrary, but I would say with Working Designs, they had a mentality of game design that was not exactly the better one. Most of the localizations that you get where game designers like double HP and on enemies and have the XP you gain and all that crap, it's almost entirely working designs. In fact, most games are made easier in Western versions. It was mostly just working designs that made them harder. There's also a few issues where, oops, there was like a bug or something that made it harder, like Seventh Saga. But I'd also like to point out that you have to remember that back in the day, games were not released universally. They were released in Japan, and then months, sometimes even years later, they were released in the West. And in that time, people might play the game and go, oh yeah, you know, this balancing thing kind of sucks compared to, you know, what I actually wanted with the game or whatever. So we're gonna have them adjusted in localization or something like that. Seventh Sagas was a bug. Seventh Sagas was a bug. The rumor is that he did it on purpose. So the rumor is that they knew one of the coders knew that Seventh Saga was not going to be a really well-loved or like popular game, so they intentionally set one of the values to a stupid amount so that it would be exceedingly hard in the Western release and thus get infamous for its difficulty. And that's the rumor behind Seventh Saga. Because if you play Elnard, which is the Japanese version of the game, it's quite well balanced and perfectly fine. But if you don't take into consideration that rumor, then the difficulty of Seventh Saga in the Western release is a bug. But yeah, like Working Designs did very arbitrary balances, and by that I mean like they arbitrarily, for no real reason, they didn't fine-tune the values. Like in Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, they halved the amount of XP and money that you got from every enemy. That's not a fine-tuning. That's arbitrary. That's just like have it all, you know? Because they thought the game was too easy, which debatable. And so they arbitrarily just threw out a number without really balancing it. Just a bland number, you know? I'm fairly certain we determined that this dude had his HP enhanced by Working Designs. But once again, the vast majority of localizations with difficulty adjustments in them are because of like actual adjustments. You know, something was too easy or too hard and they're trying to adjust it for the Western release because it wasn't released at the same time. It was released much later in the West. And so they're trying to, you know, balance out the game or whatever. Sure, why not? His magic skill went up, which means that his heal will be even better now. It's possible the original devs told them to do that, but considering Working Designs has so many examples of them arbitrarily doubling enemy HP or having XP and stuff, I'm pretty sure it's just Working Designs. They're pretty infamous for it. Okay, he only got hit for 177 instead of 200, which is already interesting, but we're just gonna charge here. Because he did gain a level and he did get a defense point. I doubt he's gonna take 30 less, but still. Let's see how much the healing does. Though that's not a variable. The healings are set based on magic power. There is no variance in the amount that you get healed. So now healing for 220, which is 2 more? Is that 2 more or 12 more? Oh, whatever, it's more. Or 3 more, something like that. I mean, sure, the company that's known for arbitrarily making massive adjustments to make things ultra difficult in their localizations could have had no hand in it. Like the developer could have just said, hey, you're known for this, so take the fall for it. You're right that not all of the difficulty adjustments that Working Designs has done is necessarily Working Design's fault. But when you have a habit of something, yeah, because damage values are very, 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 very variable in this game. Even though I had defense up, I still took 230 damage, which is just kind of stupid.
俺に任せろ。
私
Oh, another massive 250 attack. Yep, 2 massive crits in a row. But that's why Gruga's up front, because he can take it. No, actually the game starts off with somebody being kidnapped, and you find out that, you know, all the police are monsters, and it's pretty epic on top of an airship and everything. Well, at least for a game of this level. Although there are some early hunter missions that are kind of meh. Big hit! Boom! Nice. That was like 3 charges, so. Not a crit though. That's a trustworthy source. Boo! I can attack, actually. Yeah, it should be fine. Especially since he's dead. Aww. Oh, he wins! Oh! He actually was! For humans to wield such power for good is unexpected. However, I shall not be sealed again. If I can possess everything in this world, then I shall destroy it. That sick bastard is going to destroy us all. I must stop him, but how? What is happening? My body. Oh, what's your name? Going to just like blow out of him, like Matrix style. Do not give up, Ark. Kukuru? Ark, listen closely. My body was destroyed when the Dark One assimilated me. But now that you have weakened him, I can hold him by the force of my will. Ark, you must seal him again while I can still keep him immobilized. But the Ark was destroyed. Ark is the Ark. My son, channel the power of your being into the sword you possess. Filled with your power, the sword will seal the Dark One. Randomly, arbitrarily, this is now the solution to the whole thing. Like, we went in not knowing what the fuck to do. We're just randomly like, yeah, you can channel your power in your sword and seal him, I guess. You must do it before my consciousness is gone. Hurry! I cannot believe that this girl's will is stronger than mine. Ark, if you seal me, you shall perish in the process. You must decide if this world is worth enough to sacrifice your life. I believe light is the future, not darkness. Guardians empower me to overcome the calamity from ancient times. No. Drink from the cup of my pain and anger. You won't seal me forever as long as the humans harbor dark thoughts. I return will. I could always just be another villain, like Dark Guy 2, Electric Boogaloo. Well, there goes everybody in the airship. Rip. Like straight up where the airship is getting squishy. Everybody dies. The end. Also, there was a city underneath there, so the city is pretty much vaporized. Seems that way to Koreas. Well, that's cool. Everybody's dead. Best ending. Technically, the final boss had 3 forms, so that's pretty good. The worst part about this is the devastation caused by the calamity in this game. That could have been a really, really meaningful, big thing, but instead it's just kind of like, rah, I activate my power, and then the world gets blown up randomly. It just feels so empty. You know, thinking about Final Fantasy VI, they move the statues like it's a specific event that is told not to trigger and that kind of thing. It gives you the information you need. Lisa, are you all right? Yeah, I got completely blown up and squished, but I got better. Did we all survive? Just pans over, there's a bunch of corpses. Ooh. I know I'm counting my blessings. We should find the others. But first, let's wake up Poco. Wake up. Oh, Bro could have been dead. That wasn't very nice. I've been through a traumatic experience. This is like the cringiest ending. Everybody just is there. They just made it. That was much rougher than the last battle. Remind me to skip the next one. I'm getting too old for this sort of thing. we're counting on there not being a next one. We're still missing one of our party. Metal One, where are you? There he is. Now that we're all together, let's see what's left out there. Oh shit. Oh gosh, that thing is rubble. Oh boy. Oh, the whole city is just like whoosh. Look at that, everything's gone. It's terrible. It just makes me wonder what we're fighting for. Ark died, and for what? So we can inherit this desolate and hopeless future? We didn't stop the world from ending, we survived it, and now we're left with nothing. Elk, you're a dumbass. This is one city, bro. Like the whole rest of the world exists still. Damn it. This isn't what was supposed to happen. Don't worry, we Guardians will randomly reverse everything. Elk, this is not the end. I mean, time travel, right? Ark. As long as there is life, there is hope. Kukuru. World has been damaged greatly. The fact that there is life at all is a major victory. You must find the survivors and begin rebuilding. The gift we have all given humanity is great. It is the gift of light. Light of hope. Now, you must show that hope to those remaining. That light shall burn brightly once more in the eyes of your children. Elk, I leave this gift in your capable hands. Gives. It implies that he's gonna impregnate his girlfriend or something like that. It's like, he's gonna Jesus my girlfriend? It's like, your children. Just kidding, it's mine, LOL. Yeah, it very poorly suggested that Ark died. At least people died. You know, people don't have to die for a story to be impactful. And just killing off a bunch of people doesn't make a story impactful either. It's about owning up to the consequences of the things that are occurring in the game, you know? Don't say anything about Ark 3. I don't want to know. We'll play it when we play it. No, don't spoil anything. Maybe it's Elk the Lad. Us staff. Actually, people have made games that it looks like an ending and even give you credits and then fake you out. Plenty of them, actually. Yeah, or they could like Dragon Quest it, where it's more of a title. John America. Yeah, a lot of these do not look like real names. Bonnie Shirley? Come on. Ain't nobody named Bonnie Shirley. Continuity testing? Back in the day, a lot of times when game developers didn't think their game was going to be very good, they would give fake names or pseudonyms so that they wouldn't be tied to that product. Just look at Mega Man X. Oh, that's cool, tech side. It's kind of hard to do with a book, though, because you can tell that there's more left in the book, you know? Unless you're just like, wow, this must be a really long epilogue. Yeah, barbarian guy in the loincloth is the real lad. He's an absolute MVP beast machine. Yeah, I suppose if you do it right, Tex, it works, you know? And you for playing our pile of garbage. Thank you so much for putting up with us. Let me guess, a leaf is gonna sprout. A leaf is gonna sprout. A leaf is gonna sprout. Come on, give us some fucking hope. A leaf is gonna sprout. Not even a leaf. Nothing. Do I get clear data? Coconut sneezing over there. Yep, it's the spirit tree where one of the spirit guardians was, and it just shows it, and it doesn't give any kind of hope or like thought whatsoever. It's just like, yep, everything's dead. Congratulations. No little leaf sprouting to be like, oh, there's a glimmer of hope. There is hope, you know, something like that. Nope, nothing. The world is dead. Congratulations. You beat the bad guy, but the world is actually dead. Like that's the impression I get. And no clear data, which means this is not going to be tied to Arctalad 3 in any way. Every time I see No Hope, I just think of Star Ocean, or Soccer Frontier, rather. Maya, spinny, spinny, plop. Oh, what a cutie. What a freaking adorable little kitty. You too, Chi, okay? Stop. Stop it. Well, now I've played 1 and 2, and all I'll say is I think I've made some choices in my life that maybe I might make differently next time. You know, funny enough, Arctalad 1 had the potential to be way worse, but it actually ended up being better because you could still, like, circumvent the bullshit of the game. You know? Alright, let's get a review on. I hate the fact that I still spent 4 hours on this. Over 4 hours. All right. I mean, I appreciate the Indian had conviction in its destruction. It didn't just magic everything back together again like FF5. But at the same time, it just felt arbitrary. It's like, I will activate my power. What power? What is your power? It's the power that I activate. Okay, so why does it destroy the entire world? It just does. So he activates his power, and then what? Apparently that's what allows the Dark Guy to revive for no reason. It's so arbitrary. It is completely just made up. And then that causes like tsunamis and shit. It has no explanation, no connection to the world. It just does. It's like saying if you eat pie, then a tsunami will happen in the other side of the world, you know? Like, how do those connect? They don't. They don't connect at all. Like, how does pi have anything to do with that, you know? It's just ridiculous. But, and then also that's like what also allows the guy to resurrect or something. It's just, okay, I guess anyway. Whatever. Anyway, review time. So let's get into it. First off, I review on a 0 to 100 scale. I used to do 0 to 10, but I figured, I found that like the 0 to 10 just doesn't add enough nuance and information to it. Sometimes a 7 is not deserved, but sometimes a 6 is not deserved, you know? Oh, chat poll. Okay. I will do this because last time when you guys insisted upon it, I forgot. All right. There is a chat poll for Gruga the Lad 2. What you guys think the game is on a scale of 1 to 10? Let me know. It's all anonymous, so go ahead and vote what you think the game is. Let's get into it, shall we? So, first off, like I said, I rate on a 0 to 100 scale because, duh, whatever. That's not important. Sorry, my brain. But I rate on a 50 is average scale, not 7, because if you don't understand what C average means, then like go back to school because you missed what averages actually are. All right. But we're comparing data. It's not a grade that you get. And the average score is 50 that you can possibly get. Thus, an average game is 50. Okay. Usually most games are going to fall between the 40 to 60 category because that's just how data pools. It tends to gravitate towards a center mass and then thins out as it gets to the more extremes because the extremes are rare. That's why they're extremes. So very rare to be significantly bad, very rare to be significantly good. Number of categories to kind of, you know, go over all the different things that encompass game design. We got visuals, which can be the color use, dungeon design, animation quality, facial expressions if the game has it. Any kind of cutscene that has some kind of movement can still work, you know, like Final Fantasy VI still has a lot of movement in the sprites to give action to the scenes and everything, so there's always ways of doing it with 2D or 3D. But clutter, detailing, texturing, all those kinds of things coming together. Audio, same deal. It's more than just ooh pretty graphics or ooh pretty sound. It's how does the music tell a story? How does it integrate into the game? And how many unique tracks are there? And of course, how good is it? How good does it sound? Does it make you feel anything? Does it do more than just exist? Sound effects, good sound design can go a long way. You know, when a really meaningful, chunky sound occurs when you hit an enemy, it feels good. It makes you want to keep doing it. The chat poll's fascinating. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff there. Gameplay could be menu navigation, field navigation, and also the actual gameplay itself. Anything to do with the controller and how you navigate the game and the world itself. Well, we had a lot of people last night who loved this game, so I mean, whatever. You know, I want to say overall the game is decently well received. I just don't have patience for bullshit. Story, same kind of deal, you know, like writing, character interactions, all those kinds of things coming together to build the overall story. The micro being the writing of individual scenes and the macro of the overall plot elements and how cohesive the story is. Cohesive means like, does it flow from one point to the other to fit together, you know? The answer is no for this one, just so you know. 5 to 6. Interesting. 5 to 6. Game design, bugs, glitches, balancing, structure of areas, systems that encompass the strength of your characters, you know, and how you build up power. And then the enjoyment is my own personal subjective score where I go, this is how much fun I had with it, you know? What did I have more fun than this game? Do I play it again? That kind of thing. And sometimes these don't matter. Sometimes they do. It's viewer choice, right? These are all the viewer choice games we played and reviewed, which is all of them, actually. Every single viewer choice game was reviewed. When I started viewer choice, that was when I started doing reviews, but it was much later that I started doing personal choice reviews. A lot of games. It's like 170 for personal choice reviews, and then in viewer choice, we're up to game. Woo! 186. Oh, sorry, 185. We're almost to 200. Damn, we'll get to 200 this year then, more than likely. Chat said 5 to 6. Okay, does anybody have the US release? I guess the US release date would be the same, right? April 18, 2002. But it was like, what, 1996 in JP? Probably. You guys can correct me on that if you want to. $29.92. Yep, this is made in the future, delivered to us to bless humankind. All right. Well, let's start with the visuals. It's interesting because I want to praise the game for having better visuals because it has more cinematics, it has more areas, the world maps are really well thought out. I like the overall map that you select from, but the sprite work is essentially the exact same. Like, you really do see that it's essentially just the same game, you know? And all the spells and abilities are the same as the previous game, so they didn't really have to do a whole lot of work there. But more than that, it's the dungeon design that gets me. I want to say in Arc the Lad 1, the dungeon design wasn't all that bad. It was actually kind of neat. Like, it felt like a foresty area. It felt like a mountainy path or something like that. Whereas Arc the Lad 1, it's just, here's another hallway, but it's green instead of blue. You know, there wasn't really a whole lot going on there. Very, very, very generic tiling, and not a lot of really neat stuff. So, as much as I want to say Arc the Lad 2 looks better, honestly, I feel like it overall looks worse, simply because they copy-pasted everything from the previous game, added some new characters, and then added more dungeons that were all just very, very bland. Just because you put a few cinematics, which, by the way, were not that good, even by the day standards. So, it's kind of a wash there. I would say the game has a decent sprite work to it, but there's just not a whole lot there. And I want to praise it, but it's just kind of, it does its job. It's all right. Even then, the spell effects aren't even all that cool from the previous game. So I'm going to say 50. Music's fine. Music's good. Once again, it kind of borrows from the previous game to just bring in all the exact same sound effects. I guess there's a few added tracks. It does borrow from the I like that it does borrow from the previous game, but also adds some new tracks, so it doesn't borrow entirely from the old one. Battle calls are pretty okay. They're fine. They're just, you know, pretty typical. Nothing really stands out there. Again, I would just kind of say, like, it's all right. It's fine. There's some nice tunes. I do get a little bit of earworm here and there, but nothing really has, like, this fantastic composition that just blows you away. Not to mention, there's not a lot of, like, story integration with the audio. It's just like, here's a sad song because sad thing is happening. Here's a hype song because battle is happening. You know, it just says, here is track, now play video game. It doesn't really feel like an audio experience, just that there is audio, so you're not, like, weirded out by the lack of sound coming out, you know? It's all right. Not fantastic. I would say 69. Gameplay. This is a hard one because I want to drag balance into this, but it's more of a game design issue than gameplay. As it stands, the game design of it is actually better than the first one. So, not just because there's the same combat or whatever, but better. There's different systems involved. There's a slightly more robust selection of characters with some new abilities that make your strategies change. I would say the biggest flaw of this game's gameplay comes in when it forces you to pick two teams and, you know, forces you to use certain characters that might be really underleveled, and then you're just struggling. The balancing is really the reason why that's a problem. If it wasn't for the bad game design, the split parties thing would just kind of be neat. It wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I often had to grind tons just to get through it. I mean, you saw what we did today. We spent all day grinding just so we could beat the last boss that was way, way overtuned. Overall, I would say it's the same but better. At worst, it's the same but better than Arc the Lad, just because the systems involved and dictating the battle flow are improved. And you can't break the game with like super speed or anything like that, which is only a bummer because of the other issue, which is the game design. So we're gonna say 75, especially considering there aren't a lot of TRPGs out there. So as far as TRPGs go, this is among the better one from a gameplay perspective. However, the game design of this one is so atrocious that I would stay far away from it personally. Story, this is by far a worse story than Arc the Lad 2. And it's not because like, oh yeah, the writing is worse and the story premise is worse. No, it's because the game drags you for a million years to do nothing at all. Like Arc the Lad was short and concise and it's just like, hey, you win. Yay, okay, cool. This is the exact same story, except it just drags you through 50 extra dungeons for no reason. So you're getting way less story density, and the quality is effectively the same. So it's just nothing. You're getting nothing. Not to mention the cohesiveness of the story is non-existent. There's no rhyme or reason as to any of the reasons you're doing anything. All of a sudden, it's just be like, haha, I'm a bad guy, and humanity is the real reason why I'm going to be able to be bad and succeed. Haha, got you there. You know, I just... Oh yeah, Tito, just because I didn't like a game doesn't mean I'm going to trash it to hell and back. I'm going to try to be honest with it in comparison to other things. Thank you, Phil. Except you don't exactly win this time. I mean, look, a hero self-sacrifice is fine. There's a lot of games like that. I mean, one of the most touching hero self-sacrifices is on the SNES in the form of Lufia, you know? So, I mean, those are awesome. And just because a hero self-sacrifice, well, just because there's destruction doesn't mean you lose. Final Fantasy VI is an example of that. You know what I mean? So there's always hope after you know, something bad happens, after the world starts to rebuild. That's why it bothered me that the ending fin screen here was just dead stump. No little leaf or anything or sprout that comes off of it that says, "Ooh, there's hope." Just no hope, no future. Goodbye. You know? Great, thanks. But just everything that happens in the story just happens. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no explanation. There's nothing. I don't know how else to explain it, but it just dicks you around for 50 hours telling you nothing. Oh, defeat the 3 towers. Okay, we gotta go beat the 3 towers. Oh, you did that? Great, now the bad guys have moved on to the 3 caves. We gotta do the 3 caves because that's where the bad guys are now. Okay, we'll do the 3 caves. And then after the 3 caves and the 3 shrines and the 3 temples and the 3 dungeons and the 3 towers and the 3 mountain slopes and the 3 cities and the 3 sewers, The game's finally like, aha, we cut up to Dark Evil Man. Now we can go beat the guy, and then we go and win. And it's like, if you just cut out all of that and just focused on telling me an actual story that works from point A to point B, because that's really all there was. It wasn't even like a point C, D, or whatever. It just like make it make sense, and it doesn't. It's just, why am I doing these things? Why does he have this power? Why does him activating his power destroy the entire world? What was even the point of it all? How does that relate to the bad guy resurrecting? You just make shit up, you know? Just because you say something doesn't mean it makes any sense. You need to actually like draw on familiar things in order to tell the unfamiliar. We as people don't know how the Dark Evil Man gets resurrected and destroys the world, and just saying the power doesn't make it make any sense. Oh, it's the power. Oh, okay. Well, what fucking power? Like, tell me why this power is important, what kind of power it's derived from, and how it relates to the world, and that causing the bad guy to res or whatever. You know, just saying, oh yeah, humans, greed, and suffering. Come on. And then on top of that, you just have relatively poor writing and not very interesting characters, and then there's a lot of just beating around the bush and just sending you on errands over and over and over again to do all of nothing. And let's not forget random time travel, because that just makes everything better. After that, it was just like, holy crap, the plot really is just completely lost. Yeah, that's right, time travel. Yeah, you randomly... you go back in time to get information, right? So you go back in time and you chase down this guy into the base with the person that is asking you to go back in time to get information. That person learns all the information with you in the time travel situation, right? Because you go back in time alone and you meet Kukuru there. And you go with Kukuru around to get all the things. And then when you go back to the present, Kukuru's like, did you learn anything? And it's like, bitch, you were there. You were there with me. I didn't need to go back in time because... Girl, what? You were there. You learned those things with me. How would I even need to go back in time at that point? But then, of course, if we didn't go back in time, you wouldn't have learned those things. So it created this like very obvious paradox just by doing that. And it's like, it could have been that I didn't go along with her and I was by myself and it'd be fine. But no, it took me with her. So she was there. Oh my God, it was so frustrating. But I mean, never mind the whole idea of doing that. And then on top of that, it wasn't just like, oh, go back in time and we'll view this conversation. No, it was like 5 dungeons of back in time by yourself, just doing nothing. Oh my God. It was aggravating and completely pointless. Absolutely arbitrary, nothing story where nothing happens and nothing makes sense. At least there's dialogue. Gotta give it to him that. I'm gonna say 17 on story, because there was at least words on screen and they tried stuff. Also, people died. See, Jazzy? See, this is proof that you don't just need people to die to suddenly have stakes or important value in your story. It's about conviction and cohesiveness. And then there's writing quality that like is logical storytelling where a story flows, it has its ups and downs and everything, but you need a path to start and you need that path to make sense to the next destination. You can't just be like, and then suddenly you're here. You know, that doesn't make any sense. Where is the connecting dot? Okay, you pass out and you fall into the ocean and then you wake up in a hut. Okay, fine. That's cohesive still because you know that there's a loss of consciousness. So the stream of consciousness ends and it can start up as long as it makes sense on where you get picked up. And then also that it elaborates the fact that you passed out, that kind of thing, you know? Game design is another big swing and a miss. So the vast majority of the game did not have this issue, so I'm going to try to address this fairly, because I would say half of the game, I didn't have any problem with game balance or game design or anything. Yeah, the dungeons are way too long, and the combat takes way too long, and there's way too many dungeons for what the game actually offers you in story. So that was already kind of like taking a hit. And the game balance didn't really matter that much at that point because the level disparity wasn't so great. So when you only have this much of the game, the opportunities for level disparity doesn't really matter, right? But when you're talking about level 120 enemies, there's a whole 120 levels of difference that can happen, and that starts to grow because the enemies are growing faster than you're growing, and all of a sudden you have this big band of power output disparity that can occur because the game does not give you enough XP. Granted, level didn't matter all that much, and I was able to take out a lot of higher level enemies at very low level, and I know a lot of games where enemy level doesn't really actually matter. It's more of like a gauge on what you're able to take out. If you're able to take out level 50 enemies, it doesn't matter that you're only level 30. That's just where your power is out. Your level is different from the enemy level. And a lot of games do this, and that's fine. However, this is not one of those games where you would assume that that's the case. You assume your level is directly relevant to the enemy level, especially in a tactics game. Granted, obviously, you learn that very quickly that it doesn't. However, it doesn't change the fact that the imbalancing was very, very prominent, especially when it came to hit rate, dodge rate, crit rate, and damage variance. Oh my god. Every battle was an absolute slog, frustrating after the halfway point. And I would say the halfway point was what? Probably when Ark and Elk actually grouped together and you have your one big team at that point. That's probably about the halfway point. I guess White House. Yeah, around there. But it gets worse because you have this large roster of all named characters, right? But then the game says, oh, you have to use XYZ character here, or your parties are split, but you spent the entire game using one team, so you're like, well, this is my team. Now you're separating them, and I got to use my level 20 dude in the field of level 90 guys. Like, that's not a disparity that can be made up. He's just going to get dunked on, you know? And since the XP gain is horribly balanced, they're not really gaining enough levels to actually eventually be useful. There's no training mode to like actually go and grind up levels in case you get stuck in an area or anything. There were multiple areas where I essentially was required to grind just to make progress in the game. And it wasn't a small grind. It was a slow, frustrating grind where I had to set up everything just so the low level character could get a hit and maybe gain a level or something. And that's just really, really, really frustrating. Coupled with the fact that you have your low hit rate, your high the high block rate and the crazy crits and everything going on, every battle just became this massive frustration. And there weren't really that many tools to overcome that, were there? Armor is another issue. The armor and the weapons in the game, the values are just like all over the place. You'll have a weapon with like 40 power, and then you go to the final dungeon, and then you get a weapon with 20 power, and you're just like, great! You know, I got this 40 power weapon, you know, decades ago, and you're giving me a small stick with a leaf on the end of it. Like, what the hell is it? Why, you know? And it's one thing where the game trolls you with a weak weapon later on in the game. Games have done that before, that's fine. There's nothing else, you know, it's just all over the place. Not only that, but enemy weapons and armor have levels. And the level is responsible for the max value of that piece of equipment and where it's at. So if your weapon's, you know, max level 15 and it's level 7, it's only going to have half of its available attack power, which means more often than not, you have to nerf yourself to eventually buff yourself. And no, that's no fun for anybody. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes it. Sorry. No, you're lying. If you say you like it, you're a liar. So you have to nerf yourself, fight a bunch of enemies to grind up the weapon and level it up eventually, you know, so you don't hopefully die, but chances are you're going to be put in a position where you're going to need those levels, so you don't feel like actually equipping it. And it's annoying. It's frustrating, and I hate it. So you have way too many dungeons. Every encounter takes too long. The miss hit crit rate situation is whoa. Most of the maps are just kind of meh. Not to mention, there was a lot of maps in the game that just had really wonky designs, like really narrow corridors with a lot of weird shapes that made navigating it not even just like slow, but oddly idiotic. I don't know how else to explain it. It just felt like Vomit Dungeon in terms of how you navigate it. It didn't make any sense at all. You have a platform over here that you can jump on, but it serves no purpose other than just to lock you on the platform. And it just... I do not understand most of the dungeon designs. So many times you just fight encounters in the most arbitrary rooms. You know what it feels like? It feels like those rooms weren't meant to originally have encounters in them. But in order to make the game feel longer, because people probably complain about the shortness of Arc the Lad 1, they just arbitrarily threw encounters in lots of rooms. There were at least a dozen rooms I entered into where the enemies would automatically get stuck behind something because they had not balanced out the structure of the enemy formations. And so as long as you just stayed there, they got stuck behind a wall, so you could just hit them one at a time or something like that. And because the AI pathing is so terrible, they wouldn't go around it. They would just try to go through the wall and cannot, and just sit there. So you could just kill half the enemies and then, let them come around the wall by moving in a position that's more direct to them, and then kill them. And it just reeks of really bad game design and very, very low effort, that kind of thing, because it means they did not even bother testing the map. They couldn't have. There's no way they tested the map and just said, yep, that's fine. No way. And if they did, that's even worse than just not testing at all. Oh, the placement on the field was ridiculous. You get into a map and you have your caster set on slots 4 and 5, but then you start a map and they're thrown out way in front. Why is that not slot 1 and 2? Why is it 4 and 5? That makes no sense. So it almost felt like the position in which you select your character was both important and arbitrary. So you never knew what you were going to get with that. That was fun, because I definitely had more than one instance where characters would just die before they even got a turn. A lot of time you just start in a room that's very, very small and they just swarm you. The second to last final boss, you start in a clump and he starts with a bunch of AoE. I nearly game over before I even got a turn on that boss. If it wasn't for barely surviving and being able to heal with Arc, it would have been over before it even started. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I had to turn off the vibration because it was way overtuned. I know that seems like silly considering all the very, very, very reasonable complaints I had so far, but yeah. And then of course there's the final boss, which was the biggest joke of them all. I am absolutely floored at how poorly designed and thought up that final boss was. Not only do you only get the opportunity to attack with just melee, but its output versus your expected power level is just insane. So you're sitting there doing these crazy juggling of specific turns just to get a modicum of damage out. And then it was like a 2-hour boss fight. I'm just... Oh, man. I have very little good things to say about this game's game design. I'm going to give it a little bit of leeway because it is a tactics game that does work. It's just probably one of the worst designed tactics games I think I've ever played in that regards. I want to say 15. XP balancing, also an issue. Yeah. Sorry if you like this game, but I think it's made like a toddler slapping on a keyboard. I would say I did not. The first half of the game, I did enjoy it. I had some fun with it. I mean, it was just Arc the Lad, whatever. You can clearly see that I had a lot of fun with Arc the Lad 1. So Arc the Lad 2 being essentially the same game, I should have an equal amount of time. But the systems that dictate the gameplay are what is so drastic here. It's got good gameplay for a tactics RPG. It's just the design is so god awful. It ruins all of this. All the goodwill that's built up with that, it just gets ruined by the game design. So I'm gonna say 30. All right, quick maths. $256. Oh, that's a perfect square. Ooh. Yeah, I'd say 3 out of 10. I'd say like a generic score would be a 3 out of 10. It's a below average game with an above average concept, if that makes sense. The pieces are there. Yeah, sure, the story is boring, but like it's a PlayStation game made in 1995, you know? But the thing is that the reason I rate the story so low, despite it being a 1995, 96, whatever PS1 game is, pretty much every SNES RPG I played had a better story and more cohesive than that. But not only that, but like, this was localized in 2002. You had every opportunity to like adjust the script for it to make sense, and you just didn't care. You just didn't care, you know? So yeah, I like a lot of what the game had to offer, but I think the ending was the most insulting part of it all, with the boss design, the explanations that were non-existent, and then this no hope, no future ending that just feels like, cool, well, I guess everybody dies, you know? I don't know. Well, that's not the end for Arctalad, but it is the end for the evening, because we would only really have a couple hours before we wrap things up anyway. But remember, we have the whole Arctalad trilogy, so we will not be playing the monster tournament, whatever the hell that is, battle tournament one, but Arctalad 3 will be played. There's the disc. Arctalad 3 will be played, and that'll be starting next Sunday. So we're done for the evening. I hope you guys enjoyed despite Arctalad 2. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed Arctalad 2. I'm glad to finally be done with this game that took way, way, way too long. But I like, at the end of the day, I always enjoy streaming. Regardless of the game, I'm always having a good time with you guys here. So it doesn't really matter whether or not I hated it or loved it. I had a good time with all of you, and you guys make it that much better. So that's it for the evening. I don't like having to duck out a little bit early, but it is what it is. Honestly, with how poor my sleep was the last couple days, I'm kind of glad I ended early, because yesterday I only got like 2 hours of sleep, and I went 3 hours late. And it's like, why? Why? The day that I thought I was going to have a nice short stream because I was going to be done, and I get so screwed over. I was upset last night. Like, ask my wife, man. I obviously don't, like, take it out on her or anything. I just very clearly expressed to her that I was not in a good mood, and I was feeling very frustrated, obviously. I know it sounds as if I was like, yeah, I was in a bad mood. Ask my wife. No, I don't. I would never. She would not be in the chat right now if that were the case. It's more like, she, it's just like, yeah, I get it. Sucks. Sorry about that. Kind of situation. But I just, instead of, like, normally we go to bed together, I'm just like, look, I'm in a bad mood. I'm going to go to bed now, kind of thing. But, yeah, I was tired. I was frustrated that the game dicked me around so much. After I had gotten very little sleep, and just like the whole getting to the final boss and not being able to actually beat it because of how overtuned it was. It was very, like, I felt hopeless, to be honest, because it seemed as if I could not beat the boss with my output. Thankfully, we devised a plan that let us grind, because I'm not sure if we would have had the same success if I hadn't been able to grind. So it is what it is, and I'm glad to have finally finished the game. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for all love and support, bits of donations and subs and resubs. And where's the camera? Ah, there it is. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, with Final Fantasy II in Japanese without a translation script. I do not speak or read Japanese, so it'll basically be plain Final Fantasy II on the Famicom, blind, more or less, or rather, not being able to read, essentially. So that should be fun or terrible. Who knows? We'll find out tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow for Final Fantasy II. Cheers.